Hello and welcome to the Village Council meeting for Yellow Springs, Monday, July 20th. We're going to start with a work session.
What the heck is that?
And a minor sound in the background. And Judy, I guess if you would call us to order.
All right, Deborah Leonard.
I'm here.
Shoo.
Here.
Samari.
Here.
Pierce.
Here.
Also present is Solicitor Amy Blankenship, Village Manager Johnny Burns, Assistant Village Manager Elise Jardulo, and we are expecting Carmen Brown any moment.
Cool, thank you. And so Ben, do we do one recording of the work session and then a different recording of the full meeting? Like if somebody's looking for the full meeting, would they fast forward or would there be a different place?
For this one, it's just going to be one.
Okay, so if you're looking for the whole meeting, get ready to fast forward. All right, so,
That's really going to be a
Yeah, I
problem.
don't know what.
yeah.
It seems like the mics are way up. Maybe that's not true, but it feels like they are.
How about that?
Should we do a testing one too? That didn't happen that time.
I think we're good.
Cool. Okay, well, I think it's just a handoff to you, right, Elise?
Thank you, yes.
All right.
Okay, good evening. Elise Jardulo, Assistant Village Manager. I'm really excited to be here tonight to share a preview of the Village's new website. This has been a significant project for us and one that's been a long time in the making. We've been operating on our current website and platform for about 10 years, and over time it became clear that it was no longer meeting our needs or the expectations of our community. So for a number of reasons that we'll walk through together tonight, it was time for a change. So I want to start by thanking Council for recognizing the importance of this work and for making it a priority. A strong, accessible, and user-friendly website is essential to how we serve our community, and your support made this possible. So thank you. I also want to take a moment to recognize the team behind this effort. I want to thank Ben Gunther, our digital media manager, for his work throughout this process. Having worked closely with Ben over the past 2 years, it became very clear to me that he has a real talent for photography and videography, and it was important that this be reflected in the new site. I think you'll see tonight that we were really able to capture and showcase the vibrancy of Yellow Springs in a new way. I also want to thank Cameron Fortin, our leadership team assistant, for his support and contributions throughout this project as well. Before we dive in, I want to take a moment to walk through the plan for tonight's work session. So Council was provided with a preview link a few days ago to give you time to explore the site and begin forming initial thoughts. So we'll start with a brief presentation to provide some background and context, and then we'll transition into a live walkthrough of the website. As this is a work session, our goal tonight is to gather your feedback and impressions before moving forward with a public launch, which we're anticipating in the next week or so, depending on the feedback that we received tonight. So with that, I'll walk us through a few slides to set the stage before we pull up the website.
That's not Yellow Springs.
I would.
So vibrant.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so this evening is really about unveiling the next chapter of how the Village connects with our community online. We're excited to share the work that has gone into creating a more modern, accessible, and user-friendly website. And tonight is an opportunity to walk through those improvements and hear Council's thoughts before we go live to the public. At a high level, this project is about improving how we connect with and serve our community. We wanted to make information and services easier to access, create a more intuitive and user-friendly experience, strengthen transparency and engagement, and ensure the site meets current accessibility standards. Our current website has served the Village well for many years, but it does come with some clear limitations. The design and navigation are outdated, and key information can often be difficult to find. Content updates can be time-consuming for staff, and technical fixes are not always quick and often come with additional costs. It also does not fully meet today's accessibility requirements. Accessibility was a major priority throughout this project. The new website is built to meet Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or WCAG 2.2 Level AA standards. These are the recognized standards for making websites more accessible and ensuring digital content can be used by people with a wide range of abilities. In practical terms, this means improving readability, navigation, and overall usability, including for residents who use assistive technologies. The goal is to create a more inclusive online experience and make sure everyone in our community can access the information and services that they need. We selected Revise after evaluating several options for website partners. So Revise specializes in municipal websites and places a strong emphasis on accessibility and user experience. Their platform is significantly easier for staff to manage and update, and they provide reliable support and training. We also heard very positive feedback from other communities that use their services. There are several key improvements with the new site. It includes a stronger search function, a fully mobile-friendly design, and clearer access to commonly requested services. Content updates will be faster and more efficient for staff, and we've made more intentional use of visuals to better reflect the character and vibrancy of the community. For residents, the focus is really on simplicity and ease of use. The site makes it easier to find forms, permits, and applications, access agendas and public documents, connect with village departments, and stay informed on news, events, and updates. The same improvements extend to businesses and visitors. The site makes it easier to find forms and applications, explore community events, and access information about parks, parking, and other local amenities. The site was not built in isolation. We worked closely with staff across all departments to identify the most common questions they receive and service needs we hear from the public. That input directly shaped how the site is organized, with the goal of making key information easier to find and access. There is also a financial benefit to this transition. Our current website and clerk base cost approximately $9,475 annually. The new website, starting in year 2, will cost about $8,650 annually. That includes something called ClearDocs, which converts PDFs into searchable, accessible HTML. So overall, we are reducing our annual cost while significantly improving both functionality and accessibility. Following the council presentation and feedback, staff will go back and incorporate any recommended changes, complete final testing, and prepare the site for launch. We anticipate a tentative launch date of Monday, July 27th, a week from today. After launch, the website will continue to evolve based on community feedback, which will be collected directly through the new site as well. So all of this leads us to the exciting part, which is seeing the new website in action. We've talked about the goals behind the project and the improvements we wanted to make, and now we'd like to show you how those changes come together in the new site. Before we jump in, I do want to mention one item we won't be able to preview tonight, and that is the search function. The search feature will not be enabled until the website goes officially live. The new site does include an improved search experience, and we're looking forward to having that functionality available once the site launches. So for this portion of the evening, Ben and I will be co-presenting. Ben will be navigating through the site as I walk us through some of the key features, improvements, and design elements that we incorporated. So with that, I feel like we need a drum roll or something. Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
All right.
Ta-da. So the first thing you'll notice when you land on the homepage is the video background. So this was an intentional design choice because we wanted the website to immediately feel like Yellow Springs and reflect the character and vibrancy of our community. The video features clips throughout the village, beginning with a morning scene and ending with an evening shot. So before we start clicking through the site, I'd like to take a moment to just watch the video in its entirety together.
Kind of like Elise said, I'm trying to just kind of find iconic places, but also familiar faces. Just trying to represent, you know, what the vibe is here, right? What it's like to be here, and you know, something that's exciting for visitors to see, but then also exciting for residents to see people that they know and recognize.
Yeah, that's great.
I love that shot of the swimming pool.
Wow, beautiful.
You're the one.
I know, does your drone really fly that perfectly straight? Corner cub.
And this will be an evolving thing over over the seasons. That opening shot that's flying over the downtown, I have a winter snow-covered version of
Oh,
that,
I love it.
and I have a fall leaves version of that.
Oh,
So
the beaver. Yeah, the beaver's perfect.
Iconic.
Yeah.
I need to try those sliders. It's on my list.
Wow, beautiful.
And the 4th of July.
And if anyone visiting the site sticks it out, it'll just loop back to the beginning, so.
Fantastic. You'll also notice that on the bottom left-hand there, we have a homepage alert feature. So these customizable messages allow us to highlight important information or timely updates directly on the homepage. Right now, we're using this space to promote our app, YS Connect. If you haven't downloaded it yet, it's available on iPhone and Android. Great way to stay connected with the village. But moving forward, this feature will also be valuable for sharing time-sensitive information such as power outages, water main breaks, emergency notifications, upcoming events, or any other important community announcements that we want to live just directly on that homepage. The next thing I want to highlight is the new accessibility widget, which will live in the bottom right-hand corner there. So this is an important improvement because it gives users more flexibility in how they interact with the website, whether they are accessing it from a desktop computer or a mobile device. So the widget allows users to customize their experience by adjusting different settings and enabling tools that help improve readability, navigation, and overall usability. So Ben, if you could highlight a few of the features available through the widget.
Yeah, so one here you'll see is dyslexia-friendly text. So when you click this, you'll notice how all of the text completely shifts. There's a couple different options for that. There's an enlarged cursor. And I really like this next one. It's a reading mask. So helps folks focus on line by line. If that's a little too much, then there's also this reading guide where you can just kind of follow along like that. If you need to hide images, you see, helps people navigate a little better. So this widget, it should be noted, one of the things that really stood out to us is UserWay is the third party that Revise utilizes, and they are, according to Revise, the industry leader in accessibility for websites. And because it's a third party, they're always updating it, so we will always be in compliance.
Language.
That's great.
So another important accessibility improvement is the ability for users to translate the website into the language of their choice.
Wow.
So this makes village information more accessible to a broader range of residents and visitors. So Ben, if you could show how that works.
Sure. So you have, as you can see, quite a few options here. So we've kind of been hovering around Azerbaijani. And that's what you get.
Fun.
Now, obviously, the images don't change, but all this other text, everything along the sides, everything changes.
Wow.
In fact, if you go deeper into the site, people's names are translated into different languages as well. So,
Can you pronounce that?
nope.
But we're all going to learn.
I'm gonna try.
We're all going to learn. Just wondered.
Fantastic. Another thing I want to point out is what I like to call our Yellow Springs Easter eggs. So when we were working through the custom design of this site, I wanted to find ways to weave elements of our community into the foundation of the website in subtle ways. They're small details that residents may recognize and that help make the site feel uniquely ours. So for example, on the homepage here, you may have noticed that the blue feature at the bottom of the homepage video represents the Yellow Spring itself, with the staircase off to the right there. So as we continue scrolling through the homepage and reach the footer, you'll see a few other iconic Yellow Springs elements incorporated subtly into the background design. So Ben, if you could scroll down the homepage for us, we'll point out a few of the details that were intentionally incorporated throughout the design.
You'll notice as we start to scroll this top navigation, there'll be a blue bar that pops up, so that's accessible the entire way down the page. And a quick note, you'll see there's two different Facebook icons here. One is the Village Facebook page, and the other is the PD Facebook page, and then this is the YouTube to our YouTube channel. So yeah, first section, news and updates.
Yep. So one of the things we wanted to prioritize was making sure that residents could easily find the latest village news and updates. So the new homepage gives this information a more prominent place, and we now have the ability to include graphics and visuals to make announcements more engaging and easier to identify. Another important addition is the new website feedback form. So Gavin emphasized the importance of having a consistent and accessible way for users to share feedback about the website. This form will permanently live on the site, allowing residents, businesses, visitors, and other users to share what is working well, identify what areas where information may be difficult to find, or provide suggestions for any future improvements. So as people begin using the new website, we encourage everyone to take advantage of this feature and help us continue improving the online experience. Then the calendar was another feature we wanted to make more visible and accessible from the homepage. Similar to news and updates, we can now include graphics as well as Google Maps directions for events, making it easier for residents and visitors to get the information that they need.
And just a quick aside, this read more button will take you to the linked agenda with the packet and everything else.
We also wanted to make sure frequently requested information was always easy to access. So the quick link section puts important resources right at users' fingertips, whether someone is looking for the village charter, recent legislation like resolutions and ordinances, or our YouTube channel. Those are all nicely accessible there. And then finally, the Life in Yellow Springs section gives visitors a quick introduction to who we are as a community. It includes a brief overview of the village along with some high-level community statistics that help provide context. And then, of course, the bottom footer here. As you'll see maybe subtly in the background, we've got Antioch off on the left, Wheeling Gaunt statue there in the middle, and then the spring sign on Dayton Street off to the right. Just sort of nestled, and they're actually nestled in a bunch of sunflowers. So subtle little Yellow Springs things.
Oh yeah, I guess we could have pointed out, might have noticed the train station here, and bike path call out, tree of knowledge here, so just sprinkled throughout.
And then I think finally there on the right-hand navigation as well, all of the things that we just went through, you can easily jump to them there, and it'll take you to that section. So back at the top of the home page, I want to highlight these 5 quick buttons that are located prominently at the top of the site. So starting first with How Do I envision this becoming one of the most frequently used features on the website. The goal was to create a one-stop shop where residents, businesses, visitors can quickly find the information that they are most often looking for without having to navigate through multiple pages to get there. So everything just sort of nicely lands on one page. The second button, Report an Issue, takes users directly to iWorks, where residents can submit public works related requests. This can include things like reporting a streetlight issue, pothole, missed trash pickup, or any other maintenance concerns. The Pay My Bill button provides a direct link for residents to pay their utility bill online. The Agendas and Minutes button is a feature we're particularly excited about. So as you can see, today's council agenda is highlighted, and all related materials are organized together in one place, including the agenda, packet, and meeting video. This functionality will allow us to move away from ClerkBase and have our public meeting information housed directly within the new website platform, creating a more seamless experience for all of us.
And I also note, so if we had this calendar built out, say this was the Planning Commission meeting and the council meeting was still coming up, the Planning Commission meeting would be green for today, but it would be at the top of the list. So it's prioritized automatically.
Nice.
And then finally, the Forms and Permit button brings together all the forms and permit applications from across village departments into one centralized location. So again, creating a one-stop shop where users can quickly find the documents and resources that they need without having to go through every single department page separately. So now that we've looked at the homepage, we're going to move into the headers at the top of the site and work through how that information is organized and accessed throughout the website. So beginning with the government tab, one of the things we wanted to make sure we included was a clear explanation of the village's form of government. Council manager, we know that that can sometimes be confusing because many communities around us operate under a strong mayor system. So we're hoping that this section will help explain the roles and responsibilities within our form of government. And then the council and clerk page. The first thing you'll notice at the very top is a contact button for village council. So one of the changes that we've made throughout the new website is moving away from publishing direct staff and council email addresses and instead using online contact forms. This helps reduce spam, improve cybersecurity, and provide a more consistent way for the public to connect with us. We've also added a brief disclaimer at the top of each form to explain why we use this approach. Each council member has a bio as well, with the term dates on there. And then we have sort of these hot blue buttons, as you'll see on different pages, just taking you to things that make sense for that department. So for council, we have recent legislation, which has all of the ordinances and resolutions from the last 5 years. And what's nice about this is you can keyword search something, and it will just bring it right up from all of the years.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah. Hopefully make things easier in the future. And then finally, a bit about our clerk of council, Judy Kittner, contacting the clerk, and public records requests. Village manager page. As you will see, we've added bios for any staff that have photos on the website as well. Explains a little bit about the office, contacting the village manager. We've added the organizational chart, any manager's reports from the last 2 years, and then a direct link to employment opportunities. Boards and commissions. We've now got a landing page for all of our boards and commissions with a nice application link up at the top. So anyone can fill that out and submit that at any time. And then as you click into the different tiles, it will bring up those pages. Okay, departments. Similar to the government section, our goal was to create a clearer and more organized experience. Starting with administration. You'll notice a refreshed layout with department contact information prominently displayed in the left-hand panel. One of the benefits of the new website platform is the ability to incorporate more modern and user-friendly features throughout the site. For example, we can now include tools like an interactive Google Maps location directly on department pages, making it easier for users to find village offices. Let's see, finance. For another example, we've got our finance director, Michelle Robinson, there with a bio, a button to contact the finance director, a bit about the department itself, and then again, a few sort of quick buttons, one of those being quarterly financial reports, so that all of that information is easily accessible. Another example, planning and zoning. Here we have our new director, Naya Holt, a bio on her, how to contact, and then again, a few more buttons. This one will take you directly to the current zoning map, so users can explore that. And again, forms and applications for planning and zoning live on the page. Police, you get sort of a great banner view of the department up at the top, a message from Chief Paige Burge, a bio on the chief, how to get in contact, And then again, just a few more blue buttons that will take you to different pages. Last example of departments, Public Works. So as we know, Village Manager Johnny Burns is also our Public Works Director. So you can contact him there as well, a bit about Public Works. And then as you scroll, it will take you to the different pages within Public Works as well.
And on these buttons, we tried to mirror the icons that are on our weekly Public Works updates, just to kind of have some brand consistency with that.
Yep.
Again, the report a power outage button, and this will be the new link on the app once this goes live. And then also, we have street banner requests with all of the pertinent information for planning out what people need to provide and submit to us.
Yep.
Services.
Yep, services. So for example, housing, Lawson Place Apartments. So we have information about Lawson Place there. We've also put a note that we are currently at full capacity, but anytime a vacancy becomes available, we would be posting details about that lottery for that vacancy here on this page. And then of course we have village administration contact information if anyone has any questions. Other types of services, we've got a trash and recycling page. With information about how the village sort of works with Rumpke to bring that service to the village. A few blue buttons here. One that I love seeing, when is my trash day? So you can see how the village is broken up over the 3 days for service. And then we've also got yearly community shred event. That's coming up soon. So get your documents in order. I want to say, yep, September 12th, and we will have that at Gaunt Park from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. You can bring any documents, and the village will shred those on site. And then finally, actually, we could go, yeah, that works, okay. Community, village newsletter. So we have all of the current village newsletters, as well as all of the historical past archived village newsletters, and you can click on any of those and read through those in full. Resident resources. We've been able to add other external links to other sites that folks may need.
Another shout out for the app for those who don't have it.
Yep. And then finally, experience Yellow Springs. We also wanted to make sure that the website highlights all that there is to experience in Yellow Springs, whether you're a longtime resident or someone visiting the village for the first time. So this section really brings together information about things to do and places to explore, including Yellow Springs parks. So we've got this fantastic interactive map that shows where all of the parks are.
And also highlights the northern and southern termini for the bike path as it lies in the village. So we got all that covered. And then highlighting all the parks, photo from each one, and some of these, such as Ellis Park, that have a support fund. We have links directly to those that'll take you to the pass-through through the Community Foundation. There's quite a few of those, actually. And then here, you may have seen at the top on our side here, promoting our parks shirts. And then similarly, we have public parking on the left. Instead, we have highlighting our virtual donation boxes. Another interactive map that has village-owned parking lots highlighted. And again, photos highlighting each of these spaces. So if people are coming here for the first time and they need to make sure they're in the right spot, they can be like, oh yeah, this is the spot. And then events takes us back to our main calendar. Similar to the council meeting that we showed on the front page, where it has details about the event, map of where to go.
Nice.
Yeah. last but not least, food, fun, and lodging takes us to the Chambers Yellow Springs Ohio.org site.
Yes. So the last point I want to highlight is the mobile experience with this. A significant portion of users access websites from their phones, of course, so it was important to us that the new website provide the same easy-to-use experience across devices. Revise places a strong emphasis on ensuring that websites that they build function well on both desktop and mobile, and we're happy with how seamlessly the site transitions between the two. The navigation, content, and features remain accessible and easy to use regardless of whether someone is visiting the site from a computer, tablet, or mobile device. So with that, we'll pause here and open it up for discussion. Council, if there are any areas of the site you'd like us to go back and revisit, or questions, comments, initial feedback you'd like to share.
I think it looks great.
Those look really good.
That's initial feedback.
Amazing. Yeah, and all the details, I know that all of that took a lot of work and attention from all of you.
Yes,
Beautiful.
lots of collaboration. Very much a years in the making, but we're really excited to be here.
Yeah, I had a little preview of the preview at the Gen Playing last week, and it's beautiful. It's really cool to see all of the, I think especially the photography and the videography. And then I know I'm going to have to make a shift. I assume that all of us probably do this to some degree. There's like things I've tried to use on the website before, and now I just sort of gave up. And now, so I'm assuming what you want is for us to like use it and then tell you if we're hitting something that's making us give up. So that this first like portion for all of us, and obviously everybody in the community, is really important for input and feedback, so we can have something that's functional. I know I'm really excited about the change away from clerk-based too, because that's also, it has gaps, there's like times where it's hard to find a chunk of the dates you're looking for, and the search function has been, it's better to Google things. This is just, it's a huge step forward, really exciting.
Yeah, we've really appreciated, Judy has worked really closely with us on Clerkbase, and, really thinking how can we make this so it is all just a one-stop shop and we're not having to use another third party. That is something that we're also really excited about.
So I did notice, and maybe I can't really see, but there's a place where people can pay their utility bills online.
Yes.
But I have had some recent inquiries about people who want vendors to pay their vendors fee online. So you can fill out the application online, but there's no way to pay online. So there are people who are from maybe, well, right now they're specifically thinking about a vendor from Toledo that's going to be in town in September, and they'd like to have the ability to pay that fee, fill out the application and pay that fee online.
Yeah, that's something that we can look into. Yes, yeah, that is one thing, especially with the forms and permits, trying to make them all fillable on the website so that you can easily fill them out and just email them, to try to cut down on someone having to print and then physically fill out and then send back. But that is something that we can look into. Yeah, thank you.
So Elise or Ben, if right now, so let's say the kind of thing like Carmen just brought up, let's say we leave and we think about something tomorrow. Is the best thing to do to click the button and put it on the list, or is it to email you, or what should we do?
Yeah, I think emailing us, emailing me or sending all feedback to Judy, and Judy can get whatever the preference is there. Yes, and if there is nothing, sort of within the next week, we're going to work to sort of finish everything on the site, and we can incorporate that feedback, and then we can look to go live in a week, and as council continues to have feedback, we can just continue to fine tune from there. Okay.
I don't know, any other?
No, I was just going to say, I was not texting during this. I was on the mobile version of it. And I am the one who's, I'm very mobile. Everything I do for the most part. And so user experience on mobile devices can sometimes be awful, and this is the opposite of that.
Good news, good.
And so this is very impressive. Ben, feel free to crack a smile. You did well. Everybody did. So yeah, I just, the attention to detail is very impressive, and you guys deserve your flowers and a round of applause on this. Just very well done.
Excellent.
Thank you.
For sure. That's what I thought, how thoughtful it is. Like, you guys put a lot of thought into what people are looking for, what they're going to be able to find really easy. So, yeah, great.
Just out of curiosity, from the past frameworks, do we know like what our most clicked? I know we have our, like, where either our audience was coming from, was it mobile, was it desktop? And like where our most targeted segments were, or did they track any of that stuff?
I don't have any of that information from our current site.
Which is why we have a new one. There we go.
Exactly, exactly.
Yes. That is something we will be able to get with the new site,
Cool.
sort of dashboard analytics, what people are clicking on.
The search function for docs is going to be great, too.
Yeah. I'm excited about that too,
Yes,
especially
I
for
think
research.
us and the public also. Yeah. It'll maybe help answer questions before they get to us also. So,
Oh.
yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe it's, I'm just going to make a note of like, maybe once a year we could like do a check-in on, how, like, what the analytics are looking like. I don't know if it doesn't,
Yeah.
I don't think we need them in like every manager report like we have with the, information about the number of app signups and that kind of thing, but, just some place to once a year just kind of check in, how's it going? Would also give a place for input if it is useful.
That makes sense. Yeah, we can do that. The other nice thing I'll say about Revise is they really understand the want and desire to keep things looking modern. So every 4 years, it is actually, we can undergo a brand-new sort of website redesign should we so choose at that point in time.
Yeah, it's not like an add-on, it's part of the contract.
Yes. Thank you.
So what day do we get the fall leaves, picture?
I believe
schedule?
that whenever the fall equinox is,
Okay.
we'll roll
On
it
the
out
equinox,
then.
okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I don't think there is such a thing, but for sure.
We knew what he meant. Yeah. There's some like official fall day, right?
Labor Day. Yeah.
That's what I
Is that not a thing?
It's fallback. It's fallback day.
Fallback day.
Fallback day.
No,
Oh, did we get rid of that?
got rid of that. It's a tariff now if you use fallback day.
Boy.
At least you.
Okay. Well,
Sure, you can double check with some residents and they'll.
well, yeah, no, I'm just going down a rabbit hole. I've really enjoyed Bill Felkner's almanac, and every day there's like in the monthly almanac. I probably end up only reading it about a third of the days of the month, but I try to keep up with them. It's a really nice way to ground your day of what's going on. Wonder if we could consider some sort of like partnership. Anyway, so yeah, any other questions anybody has or anything else?
If that is the case, then we will move forward with an expected launch of about a week from today. So yes, any feedback you have over the next week, please feel free to send it to me. I'll make sure that the team gets it, and we are really excited. So thank you again to council for making this a priority, for making it a goal, and again to the public. We hope that you enjoy this, and we can't wait to hear your feedback as well.
Looks good.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, guys.
So Ben, are we good to just hit pause for, I
So-
feel like we should pause until 6 functionally,
You're
right?
going to adjourn, actually.
Adjourn, okay, sorry, adjourning, okay. Could I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye? Aye. Okay, so. All right, well, welcome back for council members and anybody who is here for the work session. We're at the Monday, July 20th Village Council meeting for the Village of Yellow Springs. And we just did a work session reviewing the new website that'll go live next week. It's really beautiful. Feel free to check out the work session or wait a week and push the buttons you normally do to get to the website, and you'll see a beautiful new website. We are going to go, so we don't have to do call to order.
We do.
We do it again, right?
We do it
Okay.
again.
Thank you. If you could do that, Judy.
All right, DeBoer Leonard.
Here.
Shu. Here. Brown.
Here.
Samari.
Here.
Pierce. Here. Also present is Solicitor Amy Blankenship, Assistant Village Manager Elise Giardulo, and Village Manager Johnny Burns.
Okay. Now we're to announcements. All right, are there any announcements that anybody has?
Yeah, sure. The Public Arts and Culture Commission, as a part of its America 250 speaker series, this is part 4 of 5. We're featuring Patrick S. Poole, who's an author whose book is called Black Patriots: Recovering a Lost History of the American Revolution. It's going to be July 31st at 7 in rooms A and B in the John Bryan Community Center. So his work focuses on the vital roles that Black soldiers played in the fight for independence, from, in all of the major battles. He's a great speaker, and we'd like to see as many people come out as possible.
Cool. Thanks, Carmen. Go ahead, Sinai.
I'll do a quick thank you and shout out. This weekend, Short Street was closed. There was air quality concerns that kind of tempered some of the plans that we had. But come Sunday came, and we had an amazing community event focused around the World Cup and the final, celebrating all the nations. And it was just amazing because it was by the community, it was for the community. And the village stepped up, the team. And so I just wanted to thank them for a job well done.
I want to mention next week I'm hosting on Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday, the 28th, I'm hosting a landlord listening session. And on Wednesday, the 29th, I'm holding a tenant listening session. So that information is available online. It'll be in the paper this week. So landlords and tenants that want to come and be heard in a smaller setting before a town hall can attend those sessions, and we'll spend a couple hours together.
Cool. And for folks who want more context, there was a section of the housing retreat agenda that's on YouTube that you could watch some of the conversation we most recently had about rental housing that Stephanie's referring to. Other announcements anybody has? Almost a new website. That's an announcement. Okay. We will move on to the consent agenda, where we can take a motion for both the minutes of July 6th and the credit card statement for June, if anybody wants to do that.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay. Next up is the review of the agenda. This is the time where if there are any questions or any additions to what's in the public agenda, now would be the time. Is there anything in review of agenda? Okey doke. Next up is petitions and communications. Want me to do it? You got it.
I got it.
All right, go for it.
We have Benjamin Valley regarding animal control contract question, Pam Nelson regarding concern regarding development on Glass Farm, and the mayor's clerk regarding mayor's reports.
Thank you, thank you. Next up is citizen concerns. I'm going to get out my trusty paper, and Judy, if it's possible, if we could put some more of these copies out there so that people have them when they come in, that'd be great. Okay, so the protocol for citizen concerns. Citizen concerns are set aside as a place for citizen comment on anything you wish to share for council consideration. If your comments are regarding a second read ordinance, they should be made during the public hearing for that ordinance. Public hearings are clearly noted on the agenda. Persons wishing to address council at any time during the meeting, including citizen concerns, should provide first and last name and association with the village, resident or business owner or former resident, that kind of thing. Please try not to repeat previous comments. If something has already been shared, you can note agreement. In the interest of time, you will be asked to move on if a topic has already been covered at length. Council wants to provide a thoughtful and responsive answer to questions, which can be difficult in the context of a meeting, so you are unlikely to receive a response during the meeting. At the conclusion of citizen concerns, if there are clear, concise responses or information to provide immediately, we will do so, and we will identify any follow-up needed for concerns or questions that can be addressed. And then the last one is, please don't touch the mic. It's all set up for all audio things, and so you can just leave it no matter how short or tall you are. And I think that's it. So now we're at citizen concerns. Are there any folks with citizen concerns?
Hi, y'all. Carrie Stogler, Carrie with a C, Stogler, common spelling, village resident. I recently had the pleasure of being targeted by a tree company that apparently learned its sales tactics from a mixture of used car sales lots circa 1987 and some Nigerian scam tactics, high pressure, misleading pitch, the whole kit and caboodle. I got lucky, I guess, but it really got me thinking about my neighbors who are probably a little more vulnerable, elderly residents, folks with cognitive challenges, anyone who's having a bad day. I mean, I was really just a sucker in this case. Just thinking about, like I said, the community, the village, a lot of door-to-door contractors. If you look at my situation, I've just for kicks and giggles, I started like mapping it out as this use case and all the red flags that I should have seen. And like I said, sucker, Carrie. So the door-to-door contractors are pretty common in this area. You know, hustlers don't exactly announce themselves as scammers at the doorstep. So just an FYI, really, one thing I'm going to do about it is I already had Glen Helen, the Vernay Center, scheduled for next Monday for another event that got pushed. So I'm going to repurpose that time next week in that building to, like I said, kind of run through my little use case of how Carrie got scammed for the second time in 6 years by tree people, and she's even on the tree committee. And so I'm going to just use that time next week to run through it and kind of show people the red flags. And I encourage any like local business owners who do door-to-door work or do handyman or whatever incarnation, come by as well and kind of share like, this is what good looks like, and these are some of those flags that suckers like Carrie should have caught. So I'll send information to whoever, maybe Johnny, I don't know, and kind of what I'm thinking for next week. It's short notice, I know. I mean, we know how I plan, right? Remember Street for After Dark? I'm going to provide lunch and everything too, but yeah, more or less, it's just kind of a use case, maybe bring in some folks who can give some of their examples, and then two, kind of maybe a bit of a round table to see like, okay, what more can we be doing? So yeah, like I said, short notice, I know, I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I'll do my best to get resources ready by then for vulnerable residents and suckers like myself, how to spot a scam before it lands, who to call. I'm not asking anybody on council or the village to fix anything for me, sucker. I'm just asking us to think about protecting our neighbors before they need it. And like I said, I'll follow up with you, Johnny, and that's all I got. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Cool.
Thank you.
Carrie.
Hi, my name is Liz Porter. I'm a resident. And I'm just going to read a letter that I wrote to Mr. Burns today and to CC to council. This is the third of what are now becoming annual letters requesting that the alley bounded by Elm, South Stafford, Phillips, and Limestone Streets receive some real remediation from the village for potholes. As I've mentioned previously, while we've appreciated that the village crews did come to the alley subsequent to my previous letters and scraped most of the areas in question and then poured gravel or something into the scraped holes and pounded it, the treatment is completely ineffective. Within a month or two, the dips and valleys recur, and by mid to late winter, they are worse than ever. It is an ongoing deterioration. I know nothing about the costs of any treatments that might be helpful, but the alley just beyond us seems to have crushed asphalt laid onto a smooth surface beneath. And while it is barely trafficked at all, so it may not be a useful comparison, it has held up for years and looks like a potentially good option to myself and many of my neighbors. When it rains, we have lakes to drive through. When it is dry, the uneven areas are a hazard to pedestrians and are hard on our cars. I myself had a bad fall a few months ago when one of my ankles turned in a small dip, and I went down hard on my face. I requested a reply from you last year addressing any rationale the village might have for not taking more helpful steps to make this well-used passageway safer and easier to use. I received no response. This alley has at least 12 households actively using it for parking, several of which park 2 cars in their space. St. Paul's Church has added 2 paved spaces in the last year for year or two, for handicapped parking use. Those cars will need to exit through the length of the alley to Phillips Street. Additionally, we have the occasional hearse utilizing the alley. With all of the talk about lack of parking in the village, we're helping out quite a bit. I encourage you and others to drive through the alley after a day of rain. The puddles are impressive, and the splattered mud on the cars is as well. Also, dog walkers and other pedestrians utilize the alley quite a lot. Please consider this request seriously. As I have written, the remediations which the village has tried are basically useless, and the condition of the alley is ever worsening. I thought about circulating a petition, but honestly, with all of the troubles in this world, it's the last thing I want to be putting my energy into. I've spoken with most of my alley-using neighbors. I don't know 2 or 3 of the Phillips Street residents. And the consensus is that we're all frustrated and disturbed and are expecting a meaningful intervention as well as some communication. Thank you. And then there's an addendum from another neighbor who wrote this today, Parker Buckley, who lives at 326 Phillips Street. When we built our garage, he says, when we went before the Planning Commission, where Frank Doden gave us very positive feedback, stating that the village wanted to encourage more use of the alleys to help alleviate some of the parking load on the streets. It should then follow that the alleys are maintained accordingly. 2, we can offer a little positive feedback by stating our appreciation of the convex mirror on the pole at the south end of the alley. Carol contacted the village shortly after the new sidewalk was installed to alert them of the safety hazard of cars emerging from the alley and no way to see pedestrians, and especially school kids, around the corner of Scott's garage. Visibility problems are still an issue. It's very difficult to see to the west on either end of the alley. On the south end, untended weeds severely block the view. To the north, we have a massive shrub growing almost entirely across the actual right-of-way, requiring us to drive through the church's property to get to Elm. So that's from Parker. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
Anybody else?
Hi, my name is Eric Clark. I'm a lifelong resident of Yellow Springs, currently living out at the new development, Spring Meadows Phase 1. I wanted to mention that in my opinion, it is interesting to me how we may be forgetting about the core principles of village growth. First, use the infill, then use the green space. I understand that the glass farm seems the perfect place for affordable housing. However, it's historically been a very sensitive subject for decades. I also feel like many roadblocks have been placed in the Windsor developments. They're working towards using the infill development with inexpensive apartments, senior apartments, while ridding the village and Antioch of condemned eyesores and buildings that need to be torn down. Meanwhile, we have 4 new projects in the works. We've got 75 new houses in Phases 3 at Spring Meadows, 120 condominiums going on in Phase 4 at Spring Meadows. We also have the 45 potential senior housing going on with Windsor and the additional 90 apartments. This seems to me that it's giving us a big variety of housing, which also notably could potentially raise the number of people in our village by about 990 people. which adds to another part of another subject completely. I wanted to just see if we could somehow take a step back from the glass farm. Again, I know we've been doing this for decades, but we haven't had this much development going on in a long time, and quite a variety of development. We may want to see what happens to our village when we have all these other projects done, and then look at what do we do next. Is there going to be another soccer field situation or the glass farm? But I think it's important that we not go too much, too fast, because the village has always been looking for a nice, comfortable way to get used to new things, like Short Street, for example. And I think that's all I needed to say here. I think other people will have some comments. I'm going to make one other little teeny-weeny request. If you could budget $5 for a clock like that in meeting rooms A and B, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Okay. There's a lot of people here. Are any of you here to talk? Okay, we'll do, I guess, going once. Oh, okay, cool. Come on up.
I just have a quick comment. I'm Nicole Stout. I live over in Spring Meadows. I have written you. I've also made a little statement in the paper as well. So kind of my feelings on Glass Farm is out there. I did see Carmen's updated statement for housing, and I'm a little concerned with the wording and that it will allow an easier path to development of Glass Farm. And I would like to see an addendum that you want to add in protection of green spaces and that it should be a community vote. I feel like all this should be going back to the community. Do we want to remain a village? Do we want development at Glass Farm? How do we want this to look? It should be very community driven. And from where I'm standing, the community is saying no to Glass Farm. All my neighbors at Spring Meadows are against it. We've been talking to other communities around the Glass Farm. Everybody does not want housing there. So it'd be good to find a good happy medium where we preserve Glass Farm for green space, but yet look for infill opportunities, look for other opportunities. I know I've been trying to learn so much. I moved in December, so there's a lot to learn about Yellow Springs. And I know there's a couple of farmers over by the high school that there was like one that even had reached out to a developer and had come up with a whole community plan. I don't know what happened to that or why that got shot down, but it looks like there's interest over there. So I don't know if that's like, because ultimately a slowdown and really thinking out our growth plan would be great. And like maybe approaching these farmers and saying, hey, is there a way we can maybe talk to you guys where you scratch our backs or scratch your backs? You know, you get housing and get to make some money off of this, but we also get some of this low cost housing in here as well. So, it's, you know, like let's look at all our options and really think it out. And most importantly, let's let it be community driven about the future of Yellow Springs. So that's all I have to say, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Nicole.
So I'm Robert Lightcap. I live on Robinwood, and I'm trying not to be NIMBY at all. The Glass Farm has some obvious advantages as a watershed. I think it has some obvious advantages as a heat sink. Maybe that's the wrong term, but it absorbs a lot of the sun's solar rays and takes temperatures, modifies the temperature somewhat in that area. Echoing what was said before in brief, the plan needs to be looked at. It's one of the first things I heard about when I moved to Yellow Springs back in the early 90s. It was the Glass Farm. It was the issue on Yellow Springs Press, and it still is that. I would be interested going forward if we had a tax analysis. Who can be against affordable housing? I'm certainly not. But what are the consequences to the rest of the village to provide low-income housing? as far as infrastructure support. It creates a different market for housing in Yellow Springs, so you exaggerate demand for housing, and then you've got a cost of deciding who's going to have that property, who manages that, what are the costs of managing that property as far as demand for the property. But 5, 7, 10 years out, how do we pay for the infrastructure that is supporting the affordable housing areas? I would like to see that mapped out, or at least addressed in brief, to give the taxpayers an idea of what the real cost of affordable housing would be per household. Again, it's a tough issue, and we're dealing with it nationally, we're dealing with it regionally. All you have to do is drive between here and Beaver Creek and see what's actually happening out on the hills of Greene County. I don't want to be part of that spread. Echoing again, I'm not sure I'm ready for it to be a city yet in Yellow Springs, but maybe that's what the community wants in the long run. Obviously, it would change our school structure. It would change your structure. It would change a lot about Yellow Springs that we need to have, I think, a fuller airing about the consequences of moving ahead on this, on the glass farm. And again, it's terribly NIMBY, and I know that, not in my backyard, but there are greater considerations that affect the entire community that we should look at as a community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name's Pam Nelson. I'm a resident of Yellow Springs for about a year. I didn't fully intend to stand up here and say anything, but I wanted to, after hearing what was just spoken. I think regarding Glass Farm and development of that land, community input is really vital. I think everyone in this room is requesting that a formal vote or some type of formal request from community on the development of that land is given. It's given to us before any formal plans are proceeded with. My concerns about Glass Farm differ a little bit than what have been spoken. I am really concerned about the ecosystem. Obviously, the wetlands are there. My concerns are that any type of development on that land will affect the wetlands. I know that Carmen has some really great ideas about conservation housing. All of that is wonderful. Ultimately, though, disturbing that land will disrupt the ecosystem, no matter where it happens. Green space, I think, is important to the residents. It's most of the reason that we moved to this community. So all I'm asking for is that the community have the opportunity to provide input via formal vote before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? Okay, we'll move forward. Thanks, everybody. I guess I'll just say that I know we're going to cover Glass Farm stuff a little bit later in the agenda, so stick around if you want to get some updates as part of the conversation. Next up is public hearings and legislation. First, let's see. Can we get a motion to read emergency legislation in by title only, please?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
Who seconded that?
It was Carmen. Angie and then Carmen, yep. Okay. Yeah, and we don't have to do public hearings on the emergency legislation, but we typically do, so you can expect that as we move through. So first up is emergency reading of ordinance 2026-13. Judy, if you could read that by title only, please.
Yeah, this is 2026 third quarter supplemental appropriations and declaring an emergency, Village of Yellow Springs, Ohio.
Great. Could I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Elise, it looks like you're up.
Yes.
You want to get us started?
Thank you. Elise Jardulo, Assistant Village Manager. I am presenting this item on behalf of Finance Director Michelle Robinson. So this ordinance represents the third quarter supplemental appropriations for 2026. The adjustments are modest and primarily reflect new or previously unanticipated revenues, including grants, donations, and reimbursements. The total increase across all funds is $14,245.64. Key updates include a reimbursement from the Ohio Attorney General for public safety equipment, donations supporting Parks and Recreation and Youth Center programming, a small addition to the Coats and Supplies Fund, and an insurance reimbursement within the electric fund. I'm happy to take any questions.
Cool. Thanks, Elise. Anybody have any questions on council?
Pretty straightforward.
Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Cool. So I'm going to open up the public hearing. If anybody has any comments or questions on ordinance 2026-13. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. And unless there's any more questions, we will go forward.
All right.
All right, go for it, Judy.
Brown.
Yes.
Shu.
Yes.
Samari.
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
DeVore Leonard.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, next up is the first reading of ordinance 2026-14. Judy, I guess if you could read that by title only, please.
This is enacting a new section 206.04 credit card policy of the codified ordinances of the Village of Yellow Springs, Ohio.
Okay, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Amy, it looks like you're up.
It does. Hi, good evening, council. This is also a very straightforward one. There is a state law that's been around for a couple of years that requires the village to have a very specific credit card policy in place. That policy has always been in place, but in consultation with the finance director, there were a couple of provisions that we wanted to modify to clarify and make sure that it was exactly in line with the state law. So that's what this ordinance does. It amends 206.04 of your codified ordinances to reflect a few of those changes.
Anybody have any questions? All right, this is just a first ordinance, so if you have anything you want input on, share it now, otherwise we'll assume that we're in pretty good order, and we'll bring it back for a second read next meeting. All right, we're going to keep it moving. Thank you, Amy. Next up is the first reading of ordinance 2026-15. Judy, if you could read that by title only, please.
This is granting to Vectren Energy Delivery of Ohio LLC, its successors, and assigns a gas franchise in the Village of Yellow Springs, State of Ohio, for a period of 25 years, automatically renewing for additional periods of 5 years, unless notice is given, commencing on the effective date of this ordinance.
All right, could I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A little too slow, Sinai. Just a little too slow. You'll get in there.
I'll
You'll
get
get in
there
there.
soon.
No, you're going to get there. It looks like you're back, Amy.
I
Go for
am,
it.
yes. Johnny and I will tag team on this one. I'd like to let the record show I did not draft that caption. Veterans Council did,
Okay.
but it certainly sums it up. So this is approving a franchise agreement with Veteran Centerpoint, and then now soon to be, I've lost track of the name of the new company, but whoever it was, it's in the National Fuel Gas Company. So this is very similar to the franchise agreement that's been in place for years between the village and Veteran. That agreement had expired, and now we need to put a new one in place. This one has an evergreen provision, so it will continue to renew unless either the franchisee or the village terminates the agreement.
You mentioned Johnny. Did you have something else to add? No. Okay. Are there any questions anybody has? Okay, so this one will also, if nobody has anything, we'll assume it's good and we'll bring it back the next time. Maybe Amy will be able to sit for more than 7 seconds this time. Let's see. All right, we'll move on to emergency reading of ordinance 2026-16. Judy, if you could read that by title only, please.
This is approving the editing and inclusion of certain ordinances and resolutions as parts of the various component codes of the codified ordinances, approving, adopting, and enacting new matter in the updated and revised codified ordinances, repealing ordinances and resolutions in conflict therewith, publishing the enactment of new matter, and declaring an emergency.
Okay, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second. You can have it.
You can have it.
I got that one.
There it is.
Yeah.
All right, so is this one, Judy, are you taking this one?
Sure, I can do this. We sent all of our codifiable ordinances off to American Legal for codification. They then check them against state law, and then they check state law against our existing sections 600, the 400 sections, the criminal code, traffic codes, update all of those, and then add all of our past ordinances into our updates. Then they send it back over for us to review and check. And then, once we've done that, they send us through this guy so that council basically trusts that we have done all of the vetting and that it's going to be done correctly. And then it's published. And we get all the updates, redo all the books, and then they put it out online. But they will not do that until council says, yes, we believe in your powers of vetting. It's basically what you're doing here.
Does anyone have any questions about the powers of vetting? Okay, and just as a reminder, when we do the emergency readings, it's typically because we're trying to get something into motion sooner, which is usually just because that'll make things smoother, and this isn't a big deal. But we open up the public hearing on emergency readings in case there are any questions or comments. So I will open that public hearing now. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. And then we always do a roll call on emergency readings, and there's 4 votes required, 4 or 5 on emergency. So Judy, if you could call the roll.
Yes. Pierce.
Yes.
Samari.
Yes.
Shu.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
DeBoer Leonard.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, next up is first reading of ordinance 2026-17. If you could read that by title only, please, Judy.
This is authorizing bad debt write-off account balances for the Village of Yellow Springs accounts identified as uncollectible.
Great, thank you. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Great. Amy, you're back. Go for it.
We spoke about this at the last meeting. This is now going to be the ordinance that enacts the policy that we spoke about last time. So this is in consultation with Michelle Robinson, the finance director. She'd been asking for a while, discussing the idea of having some type of policy on point for when debt gets written off by the village. So that's what this is. It gives us a procedure to follow. All debt that will be written off by the village, for example, utility accounts, will still come before council for your approval, but this just sets the policy. So it's really just a best practice from her perspective.
Cool. Any questions? All right. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Whoa.
Oh.
We're actually first reading, so you don't have to do anything,
Okay.
because it's coming back to you.
You got a signal there, though. Looks like you're probably good to go. But okay. We'll bring it up for a second reading, a third time at the next meeting. Okay. Next up is reading of Resolution 2026-29. Judy, if you could, by title only, please.
This is approving a one-time grant to the Yellow Springs Senior Center.
Okay, great. Could I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We've talked about this before, so I think everybody's on the same page from the last meeting. This is the thing that we put in the budget at the end of last year, talked about earlier this year, and passed something to have the money move a way that then the money couldn't move, and so now we're moving the money a different way. That is my very fancy way of explaining it. We've all heard about it multiple times. Are there any questions anybody has? Okay. And this one, we do a vote on, right? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? All right. We are moving on to special reports, of which there are none. So we're moving on to the manager's report, and I'll hand it over to you, John.
All right, it's me. We're going to make this fast to keep us on time. So we finished June and July with some amazing events. We've had Street Fair, Juneteenth, 4th of July, all these homecoming, the Pride, high school reunions, finished up by the World Cup Soccer on Short Street, and I did go by there and seen it was pretty packed out there. So we have a couple more Art on the Lawn coming up, but everything has went smooth this summer. Great organization. Staff has started their Ohio Cyber Training. They have about another 20 days to finish the first phase of it. Strategic planning, Elise and Naya has been sitting down with some contractors that have got questions. We received actually the first one today. We'll leave them all sealed until we get them in. But I also got 3 more that I forwarded to them for questions. So we're having a pretty good response for process. We had our second housing retreat on June 25th, and we got some more clear directions on which way we're heading. I will say that the appraisals are supposed to be back the second week in August for the appraisals that we requested. We held our annual now school board trustees village meeting in July, on July 9th. We've already set the July for the next year to have that annual meeting again to try to get all of us on the same page and get an update on what we're doing and which direction we're heading. The COS positions, they have been very busy. They had the busiest time that they've had. They had, I think it was 432 calls for services just in the month of June.
400 and who?
432.
Okay.
For the year, they've had 2,010. So June was a very busy month. Calls for service, we had 4,479. They did a little over 1,000 business checks. We did receive the third, or the new cruiser. It is a hybrid model. They're actually getting it outfitted right now. So we will be bringing it into rotation as soon as it is up to date and ready to go. Naya is attending a conference September 30th to October 2nd for the Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana Regional Planning Conference. I believe she sits on the committee. The village was awarded the updated active transportation. We've had our first steering committee meeting with the team. They got a lot of great feedback. There's going to be 2 more of those, and we're also going to be integrating in some more public feedback on some different events. They're going to try to get onto the Art on the Lawn to have a booth there. They're also talking about one of the nights at the movie night at Galt Park to try to get some public feedback on what people want to see as far as walking and biking and traveling in the community. Let's see here. Naya and Aaron did a downtown walk with some local business owners, just meet and greet and seeing how things are going. And then they stopped by and got with Philip O'Rourke with the chamber and had a meeting with him on how we can better work together as well. Michelle attended the Ohio Association of Public Treasurers. This is year 2 of 3 until she gets her certificate. Final draft of the 2025 water quality distribution report was sent out to everybody, so it is on the website and all that. June's water loss is at a record low. I've never seen it that low. The team's been doing an amazing job. It was at 8%, 8.06. If you remember a year and a half ago, we was over 50. So the team
The
is
average
doing.
is what, like 14 or something?
The average for nationwide is 14% loss. We're down to 18.6 just this year. Now, if you look at April, it was flushing hydrants, so it jumps it back up there. But we are heading in the right direction, that is for sure. Let's see here, what else is there? Yep. They treated 14.5 million gallons in June. In May, they treated 31 million, and if you remember in May, we had the 5th largest rainfall, actually almost 8 inches of rain in the month of May is what we had here in the village. The electric department has been squirrel challenged in the last month. We have actually called in a tree trimmer to trim some other areas that was not on this section. They can just walk in there and they can just watch the squirrels jumping from line to line, and these are new youngins that don't know anything.
The babies are active this year.
They are very active this year. So we have made some, every time there's an outage, let me back that up. Every time there's an outage and there's a cause found, then they got the line crew do something to try to prevent it from happening the next time. And this particular line, it has been really crazy. So we've called in another tree trimming company, and they're cutting the lines back a little bit further to try to keep them from jumping over. There was a large outage a week ago Sunday, and I'll send a picture out. I'll have Ben posted online. They finally found the problem. It was a cracked insulator on top of a 40-foot pole in the back of somebody's yard, and a cracked insulator goes straight to ground. So that was the extended period of an outage, but they finally found it and they was able to get it turned back on. So we are doing some things to help prevent that in the future as well. We still got about 13 water meters on the inside that we need to change. The baby pool has been giving us a challenge this year. It's been rebuilt now for the second time. Hopefully this is the last time for the year to rebuild it. We had to get a new filter system on it. We finally was on the schedule for the Corey Street parking lot. It has been taken care of, and we relocated a couple of the parking spots to better fit some things, and we actually decreased that parking lot by 1 to allow for another tighter area that cars are getting blocked and trapped into. So that is that. And then we had to close the pool one day last week due to the smoke. We didn't feel it was right to have the lifeguards sit out there when there was a warning, so we went ahead and took the safety precaution and closed it. And then I want to give props to Ben on working with the team and getting everything, but if you look at our numbers on the back, our social media, our messaging is getting out there, and people are really tuning in and picking up. So great job, Ben, on getting some more subscribers, 455 more on Facebook alone. That's amazing. So we're almost at 2,000 on YS Connect. That's amazing as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Johnny.
Yes.
No, I said thanks.
Oh, I thought you had a question.
So I'm looking here. So I know that there was the memo from Naya about the Glass Farm community engagement. Should we talk about that now, or is that okay? I mean, it was like under the manager's report, so I figured is it okay to ask about that now?
You want to speak about it?
Yeah.
So at the housing retreat, one of the asks was for me and I guess the admin team to come up with a plan for community engagement for Glass Farm ahead of an RFQ. So that is what that memo is. Connecting with Johnny and Elise, we looked at a 12-week plan, looking at a variety of engagement practices, including some that we heard from some other stakeholders, like site visit, like walking through the actual property, some open houses, just telling some basic facts about the property, direct mailers to those who are most affected, the surrounding neighborhoods, more, just open houses where people can, hey, this is what I would like to see, charrettes, things of that nature. So there'll be times for us to have some type of engagement, staff to take that information, gather it, distill it, think about it, put it into that RFP. There'll also be a survey. We're looking at a dedicated website as well, where that information could be, or web page, I should say, that will be with the new website that you saw earlier today, where all that will be housed.
Yeah. So I think all of this, the strategy, to Johnny's point, having almost 2,000 folks on YS Connect, that makes this portion a lot easier to get sort of all of the details to people right at their fingertips. And then, of course, as Naya just mentioned, the new website, that's also going to make this part of engagement a lot easier for us.
Cool. So like the piece around doing like a site visit, for example, there's several people who brought that up. I think it makes sense. Is it, I don't know if is that the same as the, like week 7 to 8 Glass Farm Community Day?
That's correct.
Okay. So I might just could I put in a plug, could we maybe try to do that sooner? I don't really see any reason not to. Maybe the community day, if we're talking about everyone come, but could we do a council day sooner? Are y'all, I know I would be interested in going sooner, and I can just go talk to any one resident, but I think if we went together, we'd learn stuff together. That seems like it would make sense.
Okay.
So that's an idea.
Yeah. So you're saying before the September 21st day?
Yeah, I think this one feels like a sooner rather than later. There's obviously a bunch of people that are really interested. I think we're all hearing about it a bunch. Why not do it sooner so that we know that we're hearing and seeing the same things that everybody else is seeing? I think that also gives us a chance to communicate what we're aware of and things that have happened in previous conversations that folks are just now becoming aware of. So anyway, I guess I wanted just to check. Are y'all? I'm seeing some nods. Y'all game to do it?
I think that's a really good idea. I'd also like to just get it out there. We have regional expertise in this particular kind of building, and I think that we should start to engage with some of those people as well, so that we'll have all the tools that we need for the community to provide the answers that people are seeking. So I can be in contact with staff and give you some contact information from people that I've already been in contact with. And I think that'll provide some context as well.
Okay.
And then if we can split it up so that we don't have all 5 council members doing.
Okay, so that I was going to ask you. So doing all 5 of us at once is not an option?
For a site visit, it becomes a meeting.
Can we just post it as a public meeting?
Can we post it as public?
No, because I cannot keep minutes on y'all running around talking to people.
Just to make sure
Not
that
really.
I'm understanding. So you want to have this kickoff kind of open house become the site visit community day?
I think that what I heard, and correct me, please, or redirect me, is that Gavin was kind of leaning toward council going first and walking the land.
Okay.
And then putting staff in contact with regional experts, or what regional Columbus, down the street, experts, and then reconvening, and then the community day after that. So that we have outside expertise that can help us answer questions that community members have already brought up. And as far as 5 of us having to go, I don't have to go. So whoever wants, I think that splitting it up is okay, but then also, if you feel like you want to go, then you guys can, figure that out.
Okay. So that all makes sense. Judy, so can you coordinate with us to basically figure out who wants to go and then going in groups of 2 or less so that there's no open meeting challenge? Does that make sense? And I know I've gotten a couple invites from neighbors, community members. So similarly, if neighbors are like, hey, please, let us know. Is there any reason we can't do? I understand we can't all go at once, but if we're going to have council members going over, can we let neighbors know when we're going over to talk with them when we're there?
I would say it's a Naya question because she's wanting to kind of have an approach to gathering information, so that's not, it's more of a,
So is the point of this first site visit for council to gather information for your knowledge? Because I think that's a separate from this process. So that would not
Yes.
need to, I mean, it's council, it's village-owned process. So I feel like you guys can go
Right.
whenever.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah.
Okay.
At the risk of throwing a wrench in the works.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can all five go together.
Yeah.
You just can't discuss or deliberate anything while you're on site.
Okay. Judy, you okay? Okay.
We can do
No,
a
in all
walking
seriousness, let's just split it up.
That's fine.
Let's split it up.
We'll just split it up. It's no big deal.
I just wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't.
Yeah, okay.
No, if they presented us information and the five of us said, we're
Exactly.
not going to open our mouths the entire time, we are just going to listen.
That's exactly how the law puts it, Angie. It's an information gathering session. Yes,
Okay.
that is.
Well, I want to be able to talk,
we
so.
could fi- well,
you know, see, and I knew that.
Yeah.
Because,
So let's set it up.
y'all, I don't want to.
No, I
So,
mean,
yeah,
not,
let's just-
not like speeches, but like communicate with people.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the best way to learn.
Yeah,
So, like, yeah.
cool.
Yes.
Okay, so you'll work on setting it up.
What's happening? Can I put a T in this? So, yes, so you're summarizing now, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
okay. So Judy's going to communicate with us about getting 2 or less of us out. When we were talking earlier, I think at some point, like we did with the Windsor project, we should probably just make Sonaya when we did the Windsor Student Union project, there was basically just an email list of people that were interested in Windsor. So I think if folks are interested in being communicated with on Spring Meadows, then can we just say email Naya and then you go on the email
They
list?
can literally sign that
Or you
book.
could just sign that book and we can, if you write Spring Meadows, then we can put you on an email list so you know when we're coming. So there's that piece. And then
So
Carmen
the
will
fir-
follow up about, okay.
So the first part, the first initial piece, I want to get this clear in my head, is council, staff convening, and then Judy, when we're going to be out there. And then once council has the information that we need, and staff has the information that they need to make informed decisions about what's happening and be able to answer questions about what's happening. Then there's a part 2 where community members are, where we all go out there together.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. I mean, can we agree can we agree on that?
Yeah, so when I saw this, I saw in week 3, there's community listening session.
Right.
My understanding was, I want to be able to hear and talk with the people, for example, some of the
course.
people here today for more than 3 minutes at a time.
Of course.
So we're gonna prioritize that. And then what you described, Naya, am I correct in understanding that is, I interpreted community listening session as bringing inviting a bigger amount of the community members to participate and listen and share and ask questions.
Yes,
So-
of
and I can go
course.
into so like that kickoff, that campaign, it's talking about the site, what has been done before, what, the acreage, what is there, what's the lay of the land. That could be and there could also be that listening component there as well. That second, we're having a more deep dive of listening. What do you want to see? What is your concerns? What is your, what have you seen there, especially if you live up against it? What else should we know about the site if you've been a longtime resident? So that could also be happening on the property as well, and we can move that up. These things can be moved around. This is a suggestion, but those are the kind of things I was thinking of. But if you're planning to have something separate that council wants to walk the site and have people come to them, just let me know where we're going.
I'm going to emphasize again, the need for, first of all of council to read what was submitted on behalf of the Environmental Commission thoroughly, and then have some expertise, from some regional expertise. We have, a perfect example with Columbus, for people who have done this kind of conservation development and zero energy ready housing that we can talk to, gather more information from them as a body so that we can better inform the public and answer questions. So there's that. So what I'm seeing is a 2-part, 2-phase, integrated, but two definitely different gatherings, and then a larger conversation. Then once we have all the information that we need, and then we open it up, because we'll be better equipped to answer questions and to engage in a meaningful way. That's what I'm saying. If I'm 1 out of 5 that feels that way, then I'm 1 out of 5. But I think that in order to save time and heartache, I think that might be a better way to go. That's my opinion.
Well, I think I'm 2 of 5, meaning I think we're trying to find as a healthy balance here, where sooner rather than later, let's get out there and see it if you need to see it and you want to engage with residents. And obviously, we can all respond to emails and make phone calls, talk to people. And then, are folks open to the idea of what Carmen's saying, of getting other regional expert information?
Yeah, totally, yeah.
So I think I'm not seeing anybody disagree with that. And then we're trying to figure out how do we then balance in getting citizen input. And so you're saying, hey, I've got some ideas around that. So is it okay to say, you're hearing all the stuff we're looking at, you'll work on sort of building out the calendar? I know we talked separately about the FAQ piece, so there's a bunch of pieces in here that are going to require some more build out. So right now is the best thing is that if council members have questions or input, share it with you.
Yes.
And then if it gets to the point where you're like, I'm hearing something different from council members, or I'm not sure about this, then bring it back and we would talk about it more at council?
Yes. Yeah. So you will see there's these windows. I try to leave enough flexibility, and I try to avoid things like street fair and weekends and holidays. I try to be very mindful of things like that. And if we do need to reach out to, these regional partners and other experts, then that gives us time to lock down a date and time that will work in their schedule if they want to attend some of these whatever public meetings or events that we have, so that they're actually available to answer questions.
Okay.
So I didn't want to put exact dates in this document.
I would like to change the direction of all the council members. If you have input or things, send those to Judy. That Judy can be the tracker. So Naya's not losing things in her emails, or it's not coming through the direct way. The other thing that I have to say is we purposely made 2-week sections. That way we can make sure that we're listening to everybody and says, just like, hey, sorry, it's last week, you already missed it. So we purposely spread it out so we could get some more communication and conversations. But if you guys have questions, then I would say send them to Judy, so Judy can be the gatekeeper of all council emails.
And there's other tools we're going to look into, like an interactive map where people I would like to see, a walking path here and drop that here. I know there's a walking path there, but maybe they want to see something and they can drop it in the map and do that. Or if there's a survey we're going to build out, then that will be open through a full, several weeks. So there's other ways that people can engage online if they're not able to see the site, because we understand that people travel. It's the summer or school's just starting, so.
Yeah, and I think also, Carmen, to your point from the last housing retreat, it was I'm just totally interested, depending on what their availability is, if they have any online sessions or learning sessions, or we could go out there if there's a group of us, 2 of us that wanted to go out there and meet them and tour facilities that they've built before. So I think it depends on what their how they'd like to engage with us.
Okay. So if council members have comments or questions, send them to Judy, and then she'll pass things along to Naya. And then maybe for the next council meeting, which will be the second, we do not have a first council meeting in August. It's the typical staff can take vacation week off. And so then August 17th, maybe we could just bring a updated, hey, here's the timelines that we're thinking about. You can kind of get an idea of maybe some of the things you might write a sentence or 2 after it to say, here's what this would be. That might give some more clarity of what folks can expect and give input on.
Yeah, and thank you everyone for coming out today. I think as usual, we're excited to see this level of community engagement. This is why we've all signed up to be here. So this is what it means to have neighbors and work on things and try to find solutions together. So, I think it's important to say, yeah, we're paying attention. We're happy to see that that you care, and that's why we're all here. So let's keep doing it.
Okay, I know I went down the rabbit hole, and if there's any other manager report things, but that was in the manager's report. That's where it was on the agenda. Correct. Any other manager report questions or anything from anybody? Okay, we're actually, believe it or not, only 1 minute over time.
That was you, not me.
I mean, in my
Just calling
defense,
that out.
yeah, okay. I'm not going to fight.
That's another minute, guys.
That's another.
Yeah,
That's
yes.
true. Okay. So now we're moving on to old business, the housing mission statement. Angie,
Yes.
you're listed as 5 minutes, but I
Sure.
know, Carmen, you also submitted something. So
did.
y'all go forth.
Yeah, I'll just give the reminder that this was just, the intention was to write something that we could share with the community, given our clear, directed focus on housing from January 1st, 2026. We just wanted something that we can share with the community in writing about why we are spending this amount of time and energy on this. So, so I'll pass it on to you, Carmen.
So I don't have the language in front of me right now, but I wanted something that, oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. All right, sweet.
Here's on the back.
All right. So the initial housing statement is really inclusive, but I wanted to kind of condense the language a little bit and bring it down to community and reduce some of the reduce some of the wordiness, I think, so that it's something that is condensed and that people can kind of, be able to say, oh, what's your housing mission statement? And then have it be like a paragraph, you know what I mean? So I don't know if anybody did you guys have a chance to look at it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And if we have to agree, we have to vote on which one, or if there can be a combination of both, what people think about that.
Okay. Well, I'll jump in and say they both seemed generally fine to me. I didn't look at it and go, there was something actively wrong with either. The one thing that I guess kind of felt like it stood out to me a little bit after looking at both of them is that I feel like in the process of naming all the things, I'm a little bit nervous that we haven't named the main thing, which is that I think we've all communicated consistently about a desire to focus on affordable housing. Because I think what has happened functionally is that we do all the other kinds of housing and then we don't figure out the affordable housing. And so I think we've all been communicating through the housing retreats and everything that that's our top priority, that we're trying to figure out how to not have that be the thing that comes last, because we've done all the other kinds of housing. And if you look at what happened since the last Bowen study, for example, we've made no progress on the most affordable end of the spectrum. And that's the biggest thing we're trying to figure out.
60% AMI. I mean, I think part of it is also the context helped explain that I've had community members come up to me and say, I don't know what affordable housing is. So this attempt was also to define it by that table in the chart. So yeah, I mean, I would, which is to say, I think in the future, I hope those pieces can stay together, because now that I'm looking at it in this moment, I'm like, yeah, when we took out that context, it lost that explanation about what workforce housing means.
That's my feedback, is that I thought there was something missing where we had that below that definition. I assumed that was part of the definition.
Yeah, and so that's in there. That's something that can remain.
So
I don't I guess that's to Gavin's point. So housing is by far the largest expense for most individuals and households. Because our village cares about having a diverse population, so we need diverse options for housing to ensure all types of people or all people have real and viable ways to call Yellow Springs home. Yes, and also, the definition of affordable housing, yes, and we're glad that we have that in there, but there are plenty of people in this community who have a really great, awesome house and can't afford to be in that house. So that's also a nuance. I don't have an opinion about this mission statement. Either way, just as long as whatever happens, we start to execute some of these things that we say that we're going to do. So we can put affordable in there or whatever. But more important than a statement is action.
Yeah. And I think it is super important to say affordable to people making under 60% AMI. I think it's like the affordable to who part, because affordable housing is for everyone. Everyone's just 30% of whatever your income is. It could be very high, and it's still unaffordable if you're over a certain line.
60%,
Anyway.
if 60% for us is still high.
Yeah.
The village is still high. So.
Yeah, and that's the portion of housing that we've made no growth on.
Right.
So here's an idea. Angie, you had a version. Carmen, you had a version. Do you think y'all could talk? And I just feel like wordsmithing it here is probably a challenge.
Yeah. Smash them in
Could y'all meet, get on the same page, and then
we'll do a mashup.
bring a version to the next meeting? Would that be cool?
Mash it up.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And it seems like it's widely heard that somehow get in that core, and I think everybody likes the idea of something short, something about affordable
What's going
AMI.
on? What's going on, clerk?
Well, I mean, you can drop 5 words in here and like make Carmen's definition, get the workforce and affordable piece in there. But I don't know how condensed you want this thing. But I also don't know that the two of you go off to work on it know how condensed all of you want this thing. So, I mean, it would be good maybe even if you just want to go forth and do something together to know, do you want one paragraph? Do you
One
want 3
paragraph sounds great.
And one paragraph sounds awesome.
Everybody good on one paragraph?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so y'all are going to combine efforts, get it to a paragraph. All the concepts are good. We'll do 5 minutes next meeting.
Okay.
Cool?
Yep.
Okay. Next up is new business. This is the Bowen Housing Study Work Session discussion, which is not the discussion of the document, which is definitely not a 5-minute conversation. This is just setting up, this is the discussion about the discussion. And Johnny or Elise, do you want to say something?
Good.
So Patrick Bowen will be coming, will join council for a work session on August 17th at 5 p.m. To present the highlights and key findings from the study. And so council members, staff are asking that you submit any questions that you would like addressed during that discussion to Judy by Monday, August 10th at noon. So then that will give the Bowen team about a week with your questions to prepare before they come on site.
Okay, so there are multiple documents that they were sent separately, but they're accessible in ClerkBase. Is that true?
I haven't posted anything at this point.
Okay, but they will be posted before?
Prior to the work session, yeah.
Okay. So prior to the work session, and so I think especially for folks that are interested in housing stuff, there's a lot of context to this, and a big chunk of it is in these really long studies. The most recent, which was done in 2018, and then we just had an update of, and so we're all going to be talking about it, trying to wrap our heads around what has happened, what could happen, what should happen, and then set goals related to that. So the hope is that we can come out of the Bowen discussions with, here are the actual goal numbers that we want to reach, and then how do we go about reaching that? And that's interrelated with population, it's interrelated, so these things are all things that are in consideration, have been discussed. So if you're just getting engaged, this is a great place to get overwhelmed, because it's a ton of information. So in a good way, like we're all trying to figure out how to process lots of data points. So 5 o'clock before the next council meeting on the 17th, we'll be hearing from the Bowen folks, and the week before, send questions if you can so that they can present things. And so Judy, maybe like 2 days before the deadline, can you send an email to council to say, hey, the deadline is coming up, submit any questions you have for Bowen before that? Is that line up okay with your, I think you'll be back by then, right? Okay, and so then we would talk about it and begin to process it. We won't even be able to get to everything in an hour on that one day. So please, that's the major benefit of preparing, is that then you can, we can use that time really wisely. I guess I'll just say my only request would be that they don't spend 55, like I'm being hyperbolic here, but 55 minutes talking at us. I think they should try to keep comments to like 15 or 20 minutes, like something that leaves a lot of time for discussion, because it is like overwhelming to process. And any kind of like executive summary memo, I know there's an executive summary, but it's still pretty long. So just something that's like definitely processable by everybody here and everybody in the public would be, I think, make it more likely we'll have a good discussion.
It's actually a reduced one already.
Yeah.
Because
I
we
believe
sent
you.
it back.
I believe
So
you.
please bring it down some so we can ask them again.
Yeah. Okay. Any other Bowen discussion? Okay, we're moving on to board and commission reports. I know, Carmen, you submitted stuff. Thank you. Are there any other, do you have any comments on top of submitting, or are there any other comments?
Because there's a lot in here. So I'm just going to go ahead and read it. We're finally at full commission, which is excellent, because we've been operating on a team of like not enough for a long time.
Which commission are you talking about?
Public Arts and Culture. Okay. Yeah, the one, yeah.
I just didn't hear which one.
Yeah, Public Arts and Culture Commission. So there's the American 250 Speaker Series, and then we're planning for Revival. It's a celebration of American music. Initially, this concert was supposed to take place on the 4th of July weekend, but after discussing with staff, and that 4th of July weekend is a horrible time, Carmen, to tax this staff with a concert. So I didn't do that. And so we went back to PACC, moved it around, and we were kind of thinking about, and so we're planning a music festival called Revival, a celebration of American music, because we wanted to, PACC wanted to really incorporate and remove some of those delineating lines between genres of American music, because it's all American music, and so we're going to go to the roots of that. And we have a concert taking place the 25th, 27th of September. The 25th is going to open with a banjo workshop from a PhD candidate. His name is Joseph Zavon Johnson. His work focuses primarily on reclamation of the banjo, and he did a stint at the Library of Congress and cataloging early Black country artists and early Black artists in old-timey and early music. So that's going to be on Friday. Saturday, we have a full day planned from 3 until 9 of just music. We're going to have vendors. Sundays, a little more chill. Also, music, vendors, but a kind of an acoustic set, so less amplification on Sunday. There's going to be stuff rolling out at the end of July with more details, so including lineup, where it's going to be, how long it's going to be, all that stuff. There is also a commission member named Katja Svensson. She just joined. She has been touring the Ohio presidents' residences and museums, and she is inviting community members and council members to meet her, to carpool to these different historical sites, because I guess Ohio has like 10 presidents or something like that. So she's been doing that. The next one is in, I think it's Rutherford B. Hayes. I think she already did. The next one is James Garfield, and that's going to be August this month. So all this stuff is in the packet, and if you need dates, it's in the packet. And if you really need more details, because I feel like this is happening, going on and on, just send me an email, and I'll get you all the information around that stuff. But that's PACC stuff so far. And then, should we do the EC too? Library, does anybody have any library commission? The next one?
The meeting was canceled.
Okay. Environmental Commission, same thing. So we're working on a local food directory that highlights farms, producers, and food-related resources within a 25-mile radius of Yellow Springs, and it's going to be a directory that's available to the public. So, you know, obviously people that you see at the farmer's market, but other producers as well, like going out toward the Xenia and Jamestown area. You know, so you can basically sourcing very well-raised, sustainably raised, humanely raised protein primarily within a 25-mile radius. The commission is also working with Michelle Burns and the Tecumseh Land Trust. We talked about the Ohio EPA Section 319 grant for Ellis Pond cleanup. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff too. So that's also in the just in the packet online. That's what I got.
I was just going to do a 2-sentence finance committee update, which is the main thing we talked about was the loss in place pro forma that then we all saw at the housing retreat. So that was the big thing. And then the other one is just you'll keep getting the updates when we get the quarterly updates from our the folks who manage some of our investments. But the interest rate environment is changing a little bit, and so we had some conversation about that and trying to keep a close eye on it and think about the right investments to make for the village. So that was finance. I think that was my only other update. Any other commission updates?
YSDC, briefly. There was a meeting this month. Most of that conversation was stemming from economic development policies like the responsibilities chart that we talked about again. That we'll be working through that. Actually, we should probably get on the schedule to kind of nail down a little bit more.
You already are 90 day.
90 day. That was the initial. I don't think we got, did we put the finish line date?
Yeah, it's August. You're already on future agenda.
All right, we're
Feel
ready
a little
for it.
pressured now? A little
There
bit of
we
healthy
go.
pressure?
No.
Okay.
We're ready for
Okay.
that. So that was, it was nice to hear that, as well as some of the language that YSDC is using to kind of promote the village, especially as it relates to economic development. I was not here this past week. I was attending Black Tech Week in Cincinnati, so I had to wear a couple different hats at that time. But it was a pretty amazing time discussing a lot of different things, including capital budgets that are coming in for the state of Ohio moving forward. And so I know myself and the team up here and Johnny will probably sit down and make a list in terms of capital budgets and our requests at the state level. While that was going on, the reason I brought that up was because I know Johnny, YSDC, also had a meeting with the Dayton Development Coalition, which is a major entity within this region, and how we show up across the greater Miami Valley. And so Johnny was there. From an MVRPC, Miami Valley Regional Planning Commission, I did not attend this past meeting as my counterpart, Councilperson Stephanie Pierce, did. Not to throw you
It was
under
cool.
the bus, but and Stephanie is also the new counterpart on the YSDC as well.
So when I went to the Miami Valley Regional Planning, there was some of it, I guess, I'm not a voting member, so some of it I wasn't allowed into at the beginning. But it was cool. They had a really cool presentation from Dark Sky Ohio and Air Quality, the organization that does that, puts out those reports. I can't remember the name of it. So that it was cool. I actually learned a lot, so I'll fill in for you anytime.
Thank you.
And you kind of went over, I'm on active transportation. You kind of went over in your manager's report, what we did, that ODOT Active Transportation Committee plan, I think we'll have 2 or 3 more times they'll come, and that's supposed to be ready in February, the plan at the end, so.
So is the idea with the plan that would be like sort of the comprehensive, here are all the projects we want to do and/or prioritization of those projects?
For active transportation,
Yeah.
yes.
And so that would be things related to streets, sidewalks, bike paths, like any way that people move.
Correct.
Outside
Okay.
of a car, yeah.
Outside of a car.
Okay. Cool.
Was it Power Clean Future Ohio, maybe? Who did the
The air
presentation?
quality?
Mhm. Okay.
No. They had a acronym that spells a lot.
RAPCO,
Hold on, I have notes right here.
Hey.
You know what it is, Judy?
Regional Air Pollution Control, something or other?
Say PAPCO.
Regional Air Pollution Control, does that sound right?
Yeah.
If only I could
Okay.
pull up the minutes.
Yeah.
PAPCO, I know, right?
All right.
Rap, something, yeah, RAPA or
RAPCA.
something like that. Yeah.
RAPCA.
There you go. Thank you, Judy.
All right, any other commission or committee reports? Okay, we're moving on to future agenda. So no meeting August 3rd. August 17th, so we're doing the work session on the Bowen housing study. And then you've got most of the things here that we knew were coming back. We've got the 5 minutes on for housing mission statement.
Updated timeline for Glass Farm,
Yep, great.
strategic planning recommendation.
Strategic planning recommendation, yeah. And then 90-day economic development, blitz, runoff, check-in.
Where's that on the scale? Am I not saying?
It's right there. It's right there. It says the
last item.
Blitz.
I'm just.
It does not say Blitz. All right. August 17th.
Sorry.
I was just jokingly adding words, but the idea of, so I think the main thing we could probably use would be, last time you had folks from Chamber and YCC come in. We have agenda planning Wednesday. So if you could give us an idea of like how much time might be helpful, that would give us an idea. So I'll just assume that it's going to be like in the 15-minute range unless I hear otherwise. So if you know that you want other people to come in and speak or you think you're going to need more time,
I'll speak.
you could let us know.
Perfect.
Okay.
No problem.
Well, we bumped exec session check-ins, so that, I guess, would be September the 8th at this
Yeah,
point?
Yeah. I
Right,
actually
which
did
now
come
we're
up.
going to starting to get close to budget and eval time and everything. So just note, we'll have some like timing things we have to figure out, so we'll come back to that. Anything else anybody wants to put in for consideration? Okay, this is the time of the meeting where we usually say we're done, but we have an executive session so I'll make a request, find my little paper, under Ohio, well, I don't know if I have the revised codes thing, but if I could get a motion on an executive session to consider the appointment and employment of public officials and employees, that would be great.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor, or no, roll call, right?
Yep.
Sorry, roll call, okay.
DeBoer Leonard.
Yes.
Shu.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Samari.
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
And then if you want to let folks know that you'll be
Yeah.
coming up.
So yeah, our plan is to go into executive session and then come back from the executive session and do, it's on the agenda, to do nominations or votes for the Board of Zoning Appeals positions, and then adjournment would be after that.
Do we need to make a motion to go into executive session?
You just
That's what we just did. Essentially the roll call on. Yep. So this is just sort of a fair warning that you're welcome to stay, but
Didn't hear the words.
No, you're, yeah, outside.
but not, you're welcome to stay, but not right here. Yeah. And it'll probably be, I don't know, 30 minutes-ish?
Go into executive session? No, it was real loose.
Sure. I don't know. We didn't say that part, but.
It was too loose for me.
That's it.
It gets too juicy.
Okay, welcome back from executive session. If I can get a motion to re-enter the full session?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, and all those in favor? All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so finishing up our agenda on a nomination for BZA positions. So I'd like to make a motion that Chad Runyon is a full member of the BZA. I think, is that the right words? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any questions or discussion? Okay, so do we need to do, can we do all those in favor on that? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, is it better that I don't do the nominations? I forget.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, then I'll just keep moving. A nomination for Matt Raska to remain as a BZA for a member and have a new term. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay, any questions or discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then I'll make a nomination to ask Kate, and you pronounced the last name right, I think.
LeVacant.
LeVacant, thank you. Kate LeVacant, a alternate member for BZA. Could I get a second?
Second.
All right, any questions or discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay. All right, so that's the nominations. I think that's it. And the BZA positions. And then I'd like, do I make a motion about a special meeting? How does the...
You certainly can.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we have a special meeting on Friday, the...
24th.
Thank you. Friday, the 24th at 2 o'clock. Yeah, I don't know, is there anything more I need to say about that, Amy?
Hold on. You can, I guess you can get it noticed. Yep.
Okay.
24th. 7:24. Time? 2 p.m.
2 p.m.
Yeah, a topic on that, or does it matter?
How do you describe that?
I think the general idea will be to schedule an executive session to discuss, we'll pull the language from 121-22, but employment of public employees.
Okay. Is there, I guess, do I just do, is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any questions or discussion? Okay, all those in favor, can I just do that? Okay.
Yeah.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed?
I'm not going to be there. So you can, that was already discussed.
And that's fine, it's going to be a majority of the council, so it'll be a regular meeting, it needs to be advertised. Yeah.
Yep. Is there time to notice?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
Judy said yes.
And your special
Okay.
meeting requirements don't, I mean, the council can call for a special meeting.
Okay. I think that's it. So I would take a motion to
I
adjourn.
have
Oh,
one more thing, and I apologize because it's very late, but I got my wires crossed with what meeting we have canceled in the month of August, and I double booked myself for August 17th at another council meeting in another community. So Sarah Sparks from our firm will be here with you on August 17th. My apologies.
it's good to know where we fall. Okay. All right. This is the reality.
Speak of priority.
All right. Good to know. Good to know. Note
Hope
to
we got
self.
did.
All right.
Okay.
So I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Thank you. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Aye.
And I.
All right. Thanks, everybody.